call the motor neurons. These neurons are responsible for conducting the signal to contract muscle. When injected by venom, there are several different ways in which the venom neutralizes the prey's ability to move. First, ion channel toxins, known as neurotoxins, will prevent depolarization of the nerve, which will completely stop a signal from moving to the next neuron. This is accomplished by a nerve opening the sodium channel, forcing sodium into the extracellular space, utilizing ATP, making it less negatively charged compared to the environment for the membrane to become less negative functionally, that then fires the neuron. Now, this is where we get into the next stage of envenomation. Since the sodium channels are blocked by this neurotransmitter toxin, it should be able to fire the motor neuron. However, some of the venom will also enter the synaptic gap, blocking the receptors from being able to uptake the neurotransmitters, also preventing the next neuron from prompting toxins, preventing neurotransmitters from even exiting the neuron, and the postsynaptic gap being prevented from uptaking the neurotransmitters. This process will absolutely paralyze your body, but hilariously, you will still feel everything. However, the body is not just going to be like, oh, I guess this is life now. While this is affecting the neurons, the waste removal system of your body will be working triple overtime to remove the toxin from itself so that it can fire the neurons again properly. And this is downtime, however, because it leaves the prey for a while that we see, and it may be back on its home planet. This waste removal process is slower or non-existent in the neurons, so its prey can kind of just be stuck indefinitely until it comes back. In humans, however, eventually the neurotoxin wears off and we can move again. Realizing everyone's gone, Charlotte then misses Ethan being dragged into the vent as he's spun up in a web. Charlotte realizes the Wi-Fi is out, which is her biggest concern, as Ethan starts getting strung up. Looking up, he then sees the spider crawl off. With all the doors and windows locked, Charlotte can only escape through the vents. She hears the dog enter the vent along with the spider whistling at her, which begins crawling at her at a...
Please welcome an absolutely new Crossout, a free-to-play multiplayer action game about battles and cool vehicles in a post-apocalyptic world. In the new update, the game has been globally redesigned. Next-generation graphics, advanced physics, complete immersion in fierce battles, and indescribable feelings from controlling armed and swift-armored vehicles. It's a Crossout you've never seen before. Assemble your own tracked catapult with rocket launchers, or sports car with laser guns on hovers from hundreds of parts. Fight other players in breathtaking raids, or sweaty slugfests against enormous bosses. Crossout is now fully charged. All gunshot effects have become cooler, and enemies discorporate into dozens of parts when destroyed. Tired of the brown nuclear wasteland? In Crossout, you will encounter dozens of diverse maps with acid lakes, bottomless mines, neon megapolises, and destructible buildings. Download Crossout for free on crossout.net. Also available on PlayStation and Xbox.
Every day is an opportunity to change your life. Good morning! Do you think I just woke up one day as a top-selling realtor?
You won the Regional Realtor of the Year award. Congratulations.
No, I had to work for it and start becoming who I wanted to be.
Aww.
Hiding ain't living. Not feeling great all of a sudden.
We've been looking for you. Marvin Gaye. I thought a has-been killer like yourself would be scarier.
Who are you?
We work with your brother. He brought us in to find you. After you let Rose go.
Where's the girl? Where's the money?
Tell my brother to back off.
This little 4-foot nothing-ass spider monkey ninja got hopped. Ow, what the...
Who's? Hey, Marv.
When you stole from my brother, I got you out. Why did you come back?
We're hiding, and hiding ain't living. If we're gonna stop your brother, I'm gonna need the old you, not the realtor.
I told myself that I would never hurt anyone again.
Hey, are you alright?
I was in the middle of a high-intensity yoga. Can you give me a minute? I'm so sorry.
My brother said he wanted out, but he double-crossed me.
Find them. Now!
Swiss cheese they shit.
Don't worry, I've got guys who can patch all this up like new.
Now let's finish this together.
You want the old me? You got him.
It's about damn time.
Sorry, brother. Love hurts.
At a high rate of speed, which no thanks, she pushes the bookshelf in front of it, freaking out, as the spider already is above the baby. Turning around, she sees it has grabbed Liam and then pulled him into the vent. She calls out to Sting, who doesn't really care because, I mean, it might view you as its mother maybe, but it sure doesn't really view you or view anything else like caring about it. Who cares? So grabbing a knife, she then doubles up on these sweaters, wearing the one that Helga made her as she gets mothball juice ready. Entering the vents, lock and loading Brides of Christ, she begins crawling through to find Sting. Finding Dr. Mambo, no! The cat is strung up, which are sad times. How the Chihuahua survives like all of this is beyond me. Back in the trash chute, Gunter then begins making noises, but neither can speak. As they look down, the spider then crawls up and pulls her down. Charlotte continues her search of the vents, breaking into Eric's apartment, finding the glass tank is broken. Looking for Eric, she finds him stuck to the ceiling, but he's still alive up there, I'm pretty sure. Entering her grandmother's room, Charlotte asks if Helga has seen anything scary recently, and she says that there was this black dog that would run from her when she tried to pet it, realizing the mothballs are the key to it all. Charlotte then covers herself in mothball juice and then heads out, finding evidence that pretty much everyone in this building has been got. Ethan then bangs on the wall, hurting his hand as she opens the trash chute, having hurt him. The venom appears to be wearing off somewhat at this point. But we now see Frank has shown up. Charlotte uses the mothball juice to release Ethan from his webbing, and the reason is, in mothballs, it's called naphthalene, I'm pretty sure. It's actually fairly corrosive, which makes sense why it would melt webs. Mothballs typically sublimate from a solid to a gas, producing a toxic fume to actually most insects. Ethan then makes his way around the chute as he hears Liam. Looking up, it's literally here's Johnny. The spider was mimicking the noise, and it's running straight at them. Charlotte gets knocked out, and Ethan only has half of his nervous system working. Sting then begins coming after Charlotte, but I'm pretty sure she would smell like mothball water, so it shouldn't do anything, right? So as the spider approaches, Ethan then drops mothball fluid on it, burning it as it retreats up the trash chute as Charlotte has a nice cry. Ethan tells Charlotte it's not her fault, which I mean, like objectively speaking, it kind of is her fault, I guess. I mean, maybe that spider would have gotten a good foothold in the place, maybe not. Maybe it would have been smashed. I don't know. So Frank gets dropped down the chute next as Charlotte says it's Sting. Frank runs off to try to help Helga or escape, I'm not really sure, as Charlotte says they are trapped with Frank asking for the key. Charlotte says the mothball water hurt the spider as Frank pulls out his nail gun saying, I'm just gonna take shots at it because this is really gonna hurt it. However, in taking those pot shots, the sprinklers come on, washing away all the mothball juice, which, I mean, I'm going to tell you, Frank is reaching levels of Isaac Clarke with the nail gun that shouldn't even be possible. So Sting begins bleeding blue, which interestingly, this type of blood puts it in line with a certain species of arthropod. And this would be a copper-based blood known as hemocyanin. This copper, while less efficient at carrying oxygen, is still quite capable of doing so, and this would mean that potentially this species could be somewhat aquatic, which obviously would make the indeterminate growth quite useful because the bigger you get, the harder you are to eat. So as Charlotte realizes the water is washing off the moth.
Welcome to Rules Talk. If you want to survive when one's human, you must remember these rules. 1. Do not board a school bus if you see 6 tentacles coming out of it. 2. On rainy days, stay away from a woman holding an umbrella. If you touch her, you'll have to kill her. 3. If you see tall and thin silhouettes, run away. They are not telegraph poles. 4. What appears cute can be very dangerous. If she summons jellyfish, avoid them. 5. Don't be afraid of house with legs. They may contain surprise rewards. 6. Do not open any refrigerators you encounter. Deadly creatures may be hidden inside. 7. Lastly, never doubt that this world belongs to humanity. Your goal is to survive at all costs. Change the rules and recover your homeland.
Everyone who hates ads will be using this Chrome extension by 2025. I feel like I just found a Google cheat code. This Chrome extension lets you block ads or get paid to watch them. It's called Pi, and once I started using it, I was shocked at how much of my content was actually ads. Like this whole top row on Amazon, ads. But with Pi, I can actually see what it is I'm looking for. That's not even the best part. Pi will literally pay you to watch ads. And you're out here watching ads for free. Unlike other ad blockers, you know this one works because you can physically watch the ads disappear. It's literally so satisfying, like it scratches that itch in my brain. I predict that everyone and their grandma will be using Pi by 2025 because they already have thousands of users and 5-star reviews. Trust me guys, this is something you do not want to miss out on. Check out Pi today.
Ball juice, Frank gets grabbed and then brought up to the vent where, good lord, I don't know, his head explodes or something. Ethan then tells Charlotte to get in the garbage compactor as then he jumps in and finds Heather and Liam in there, which, wow, that was lucky. So using the last of the mothball juice, he frees them both. So now they hug it out as one family. Nothing bonds a family quite like shared trauma. What's the saying I've come up with on this channel? Guaranteed to be the best 3 weeks of your life. So as they hear the spider approach, Ethan holds the controller as the spider begins crawling. He hits the button, but has become unplugged. Breaking through, Charlotte then holds back the spider with some sort of metal long enough for him to reconnect the plug, but he gets shocked, and I'm guessing bro's heart stops? Charlotte then crushes the spider as the spider lets out one last mimic, and then it's totally done so. Heather then pulls Ethan out. It's called CPR apparently. And if you're really desperate, a cardiac thump, which if you're interested in what a cardiac thump is, essentially in a dire situation, because you should just be focused on CPR and getting more qualified people to come help, you can take your balled up fist, and if you strike somebody in the chest hard enough over their heart, occasionally this can jolt the heart into restarting. Now, just do CPR. I'm talking if you're out in the woods and obviously they're not resuscitating and you're doing CPR, you can't just do that forever. So cardiac thump may be a good way to go, but if you're in a city or something, just keep doing CPR. That'll perfuse everything adequately until better help arrives. So performing the world's worst CPR, Charlotte then closes her eyes and counts to 3, as evidently that works. I have no idea what they were referencing in the movie. That was never mentioned about being anything. I wonder if it was just a cut piece of the movie.
I got you, homie!
But what's even more surprising is Heather's horrific CPR worked. So they say they love each other, as in she calls him dad, but then he's like, no, that jackass is 25 minutes old. No, he didn't say that. However, eggs have already been laid, which means this species produces asexually, which is not ideal, but thus concludes Sting. Also, the dog survived in the credits. Why not Dr. Mambo? So this species appears to hail from a world where oxygen levels are not too dissimilar from our own. This is evident based on the circulatory system it must possess, and the hemocyanin it possesses as well within its blood, which actually transports the oxygen. Given this is a passing asteroid band, it is likely that this world that they hail from ended up being hit by something that knocked off either a chunk of the crust or a bunch of the water, or maybe the planet was even destroyed. It could be everything. Either way, the crust contained some of the water as well, which then broke off into orbit and then drifted away from there. By happen chance, some of the eggs in that crust or in the ocean, which may have protected it from the radiation of the galaxy once it froze over beyond their own solar system's heliosphere, this is what allowed the spiders to survive. Upon landing into the relatively more temperate environment of winter in New York, it was able to emerge from the egg to a very habitable environment. At this point, a major issue would be this species establishing a foothold on our world. But the biggest thing is once humanity took notice, the reality is, like with any other animal that we don't want in our environment, we could pretty much eradicate it once we put our minds to it. However, prior to that, the problem would affect quite a few ecosystems, which would not be great for the native fauna of this planet. But anyhow, I want to thank you guys for watching. If you enjoyed, then leaving a like would be great of you, and subscribing is a great way to stay up to date on when I post. I'll drop my Twitter, Discord, Roanoke Games, and Tails channel link, as well as merch in the comments. Speaking of merch, I have new merch. And speaking of patrons, I'd like to thank mine real quick. First, I'd like to thank our astrophysicist, Death Dancer, and Feather. Thank you guys. Next, I'd like to thank our scientists, Dakota 23, Invictus Echo, Lucian Dragon, Metric System, and Vurix Hellstrom. Thank you guys as well. The rest of my patrons, I thank you. You guys are absolute ballers. Alright, that's going to do it for me. I hope everyone enjoyed. I'll see y'all in the next one.
Playtime's over. Ready up! On me.
Time for this old dog to show you his tricks.
Prepare for hellfire!
What's up, y'all? It's OJ. Cookie Run Tower of Adventures is here, and with Google Play Games, I can sync the game from my phone to my PC. I get the freedom to play on keyboard, mouse, or controller, and I get to play with my friends on the bigger screen. Download Google Play Games and play Cookie Run Tower of Adventures on PC.
I am totally about to blow your mind, but the Earth is pretty old. Thanks for watching. This is the hard-hitting statements that you guys actually signed up for. But in that statement, it's an idea that actually goes deeper than you might imagine. Also, I just want to point out, I am not sick all the time. This October has been crap. I went and I did a Tough Mudder, which is like over 10 miles, and then I went and had some drinks with friends on Saturday night, and I picked up a cold somewhere. Fantastic. At least I know it's not the flu. So if I sound off, that's why. Anyways, because of Earth's habitability being as long as it has been, life has taken on many different forms. While we can logically think about the time frames and understand that life has been around for a very long time, there is actually a limit as to what our brains can interpret when it comes to numbers. Life on Earth has been around for roughly about 3.8 billion years, that's with a B. When trying to actually understand how much time that is, though, we simply cannot grasp it. In this incomprehensible amount of time, branches of life have split, species have been born and gone extinct, and different forms of it have arisen. But one form of life arguably would be the strangest, which is humanity. We appear to be the only form of animal or life in general that does not play within the confines of an ecosystem, but rather continually find ways to mold it into what we want. While we enjoy our intelligence that allows us to do this, we have to stop and think, what really separates us from life here? Why are our brains just so much more abstract in their ability to think than literally anything else that has arisen in the last several billion years? What are the odds of us even becoming what we are when we could really be just anything else, even on this world, with all of every other aspect of life typically taking on something that they don't really need this much intelligence? In the events of In the Earth, I warn you, put a helmet on for this one. It's, yeah. Also get your trip monitor or whatever it's called for this viewing. Humanity is in the throes of dealing with a disease outbreak of some kind that appears to be putting us on our tails. While dealing with this ailment, our species finds that a completely different form of life may have existed with humanity and we were just really not paying attention. As scientists attempt to understand what it is, it's clear that whatever it is just kind of has its own motives and desires. Spanning 30 miles in all directions, and potentially even further past that, it calls into question just how many cells it takes to become conscious. So in today's episode, let's discuss this form of life, where it hails from, how it affects the human brain, and could it actually exist in real life. Also, I'm just going to warn you for real, this movie has a ton of flashing lights at the end. So legitimately, if you are sensitive to that, I'm giving you a heads up now. I'm not even sensitive to flashing lights, and it was screwing with me. But first, as always, thank you guys for watching. Without you, I would be totally screwed. If you enjoyed this content, please leave a like, letting me know that you enjoyed it. And also, join me on my gaming channel, Roanoke Games, that's kind of taking off, as well as my Discord, where we watch movies that are then discussed here. Links for both in the description, and I also have new merch. Hey guys, so my new merchandise is finally launching for Halloween, like this shirt right here, which is pretty sweet, and a coffee mug, of course. And also this shirt, wow, look at that, amazing. Also, that's me squatting with a coffee cup and a shirt, and then that is Professor Furface, and I have hoodies. So if you would like to support the channel, check out RoanokeMerch.com. We kick off our story with a rock with a giant hole in it. We jump over to a guy hitting a rock. As he does this, he takes a piece of it and then puts the piece of rock into the dirt, asking what month it was born in. As he walks down the road for some reason, not taking a vehicle, he approaches an outpost where he is met by a few other people. Evidently, this disease is spreading like a low-grade fever through a strip club in Humansville, Missouri, and everyone is absolutely geared up to deal with it. Delousing him, they enter the building and engage in hand-cleaning practices as one guy then touches his mask and puts it back on. Smart. Taking the other guy's briefcase, Martin undergoes a quick check to see if he's sick. He's then told people have brought home the sickness to their villages. And continuing their test, a woman named Alma comes to talk to him. Martin is creeped out by a picture that he's looking at called Parnag Fig, a spirit that is said to live in the forest. Alma says she knows Martin's name, but not from where, and then she informs him they will be walking to Dr. Wendell's camp. Why? In Martin's room, a scientist then comes in asking about his ringworm and how long he's been in isolation. He tells him about the missing team that was sent in prior that then got lost. As Martin sits there, he says, the woods don't look too hostile to him. Yeah, alright brother, what are you basing it on? Absolutely nothing? Because they will be. He then writes in his journal, and it's now the next day. His alarm goes off at 5:30 a.m. as then he heads out to begin his 2-day walk with his fellow scientists as he is watched. Quick question, why not give them a four-wheeler or even a golf cart to take? Better yet, why not a 1996 3.4 liter 4x4 first gen Tacoma? What we're about to see in this area they're hoofing through, This could have easily been handled by most vehicles. Why must they walk? There are literally tire markings delineating a pathway as well. I guess the project ran out of funding. Like, they had $3 and some shoestring is what I'm guessing. So as they keep walking, she then asks why he's out there. He responds, just look at the drawing. Great conversations. As they walk, they then hear birds chirping, as then he asks, what is that? It's birds, dude. What is happening in this movie? The girlfriend pointed out something that makes also a lot of sense.
Science, technology, engineering, and math are part of everything we do. At Project Lead the Way, we strive to help teachers make children in every grade STEM successful. Learn more at pltw.org.
For some hilarious reason, in this movie, everyone says, oh, I've been in isolation for 4 months, so that their acting can like seem a little off, because brother, the acting is something else. Anyways, as they stop to pick up a tin left behind, they lay down their bags for the night as Prometheus here is having issues setting up his tent. She helps him as they are now just going to sit by the fire awkwardly and try not to be awkward, but they're scientists, so this is impossible mode. I've worked with them in the lab before, everyone is awkward. All points in intelligence, 0 points in charisma. So, find me in real life and you will see I'm simply a person masquerading as somebody socially adept. So then she's like, oh, I know where your name is from. It's the letters from Dr. Wendell. Martin says that he just kind of stopped talking to her as the conversation ran its course, and then they both head to bed with some sort of bird just like absolutely shrieking. The next morning, they begin their walk once more, with Martin moving at a little slower pace because he's starting to cough. Martin has not been exercising, so he's tapped out of his stamina. Also, then he sneezes, which indicates he in fact likely does have some sort of illness. Looking down, they then find a wrapper of sorts, but this indicates that they are in fact on the right trail. Heading further up the trail, they then find a tent. As they approach, they see there is a book and an empty campsite. Alma then launched into a story about how a family came out and then they got sick. They're 15 miles from Dr. Wendell's camp, but again, a Toyota pickup would have solved all of these issues, and you could have been there in like an hour maybe. Martin says they are already on the mycorrhizal mat, which controls all the trees in this area. This is some serious fungal growth. So something to note about fungus under the ground is likely it is quite extensive in certain areas. For reference, a single life form of mushrooms has been known to cover about 3.5 square miles in Oregon, and this mycelium is thousands of years old to boot and is thought to weigh somewhere in the range of 35 tons, and that is just one being, as you can call it. This highlights just how far fungal will branch out and continue to grow, but the reasoning behind this is, apart from, microorganisms in the soil, is nothing is really eating at this fungal growth or preventing it from spreading, so as a result, what is there to stop it? Another life form actually that does this is known as the quaking aspen. These types of trees all stem from one root system, and while not related to a fungus because it's actually a plant, well, they're technically related because the tree of life, and you get what I'm saying. Anyways, many trees will spring up from the same root system. The largest grove of these trees is known as the Hondo, I believe it's called. It's located in Utah's Fish Lake National Forest. This single tree technically covers 106 acres and comprises around 40,000 trees and weighs about 13 million pounds. And this stems from a single seed over 2.6 million years ago. While not a fungus, I bring it up because it kind of highlights that species that tend to live in soils can actually spread under your feet for vast amount of distances, and you'd never be any wiser of it. And on the surface, it looks like a completely separate organism, but the reality is it is all connected. So, with what we're about to see, it is unsurprising that humanity would not have known about this, but what's more interesting is the interconnection allowing for potentially conscious thought. So as they keep walking, they leave the camp a little freaked out, but no time to think about that now. As they walk, we pan across some spores being released, and Martin now needs to stop for a moment as they make camp. Alma is staring at him as she says, he looks like he's a million miles away. Okay. So this is Martin's first time out in months, which is basically cope for the acting. And I say that because the reality is I can't act either, so well, who am I to start bashing people? No, wait, I'm some random dude on the internet. I can do that. The power has been bestowed upon me to do so. So Alma says everyone will forget what happened after all this is said and done, referring to the outbreak of this mystery disease back in the cities. Martin then zones out as Alma asks why he left the Harrington facility. He says that he had his reasons, and that's the end of that. This guy is a absolutely terrible travel companion. Checking out his ringworm, it did in fact not clear up last week, so he throws some cream on it. So Martin basically has lied about everything up until this point, so I wonder if he's going to continue to lie about other things. So as rain begins falling, a random PvP event starts. They both start getting beaten up by someone who just randomly shows up. Martin wakes up shoeless with camp ransacked. Walking over to Alma's tent, all their communication devices have been destroyed, and Alma's hand is just sort of hanging outside of her tent, but she is still alive. Which I'm kind of surprised none of them are bleeding at all, considering they were knocked unconscious. Checking the box Martin was carrying, it is destroyed as well. Their shoes were taken, so surely that doesn't have anything to do with the fact that you are over the fungal mat that is now blanketing the forest. Controls the trees, right? Well, it's about to do the same to you. Martin then steps on something, and immediately he starts to bleed. The man straight up tore open his foot entirely. Like, how did you manage? Alma then goes off to find a crutch for him, and finding a big stick, they begin their walk for the day. Alma tells Martin to wait as she believes someone is watching them. They listen, but cannot hear anything around them. No animals. Martin asks why it's so quiet. Now that usually means a predator is nearby. As they keep looking, they then spot a man in the distance. As he turns around and looks at them, he begins flocking this way as Martin reports someone stole their shoes. The man almost didn't approach because he thought they were park rangers, but he says he couldn't let them limp around and then get hurt. Martin is already hurt. Zach is his name, and squatting in the forest is his game. Zach also has been attacked by a man and a woman yesterday too, or at least that's what he reports. Offering shoes, if they do want them, they agree and then follow him. As they approach his camp, she remarks how big his tent is. It's a tent mansion. Following the man, he then grabs his decontamination jug and then lets them in. Zach grabs the disinfectant as he goes to get the stitches. Cleaning the wound, ouch.
And we're back in third quarter planning. Adams is quarterbacking this project, and she is looking pretty tired, Jill.
She's stuck, Bill, and that deadline is looming.
It looms for us all, Jill.
Wait a minute. She just pulled up Grammarly.
Grammarly is an AI writing partner that helps you make your point.
She just asked Grammarly to help her write a summary of her doc, and she's shortening it. Look at that. She's done. And it's in!
It's in!
It's out! Download Grammarly for free.
Beauty brings joy. Joy we all deserve. Because beauty is about possibilities, and only Ulta Beauty invites you to explore them all. Here, beauty is your playground, where you can find exactly what you need and discover something you never knew you needed. From splurge-worthy indulgences to your favorites that are priced to play, and everything in between. Find all the brands you can't live without and the ones you're dying to try. Beauty is for all. The joy of all things beauty, all in one place.
They then start stitching it up, but you know how many nerves are in your foot? This would feel like it was on fire. Also, this guy stitches things up like the creeper from Jeepers Creepers, probably a good sign of things to come, right? So, alright, with blood still on his hands, he then goes to cut up some lettuce, like bro, the cross-contamination with the foot blood is definitely gonna be tasty. They then eat it, and they also drink some concoction that Zach made. If Papa Roanoke can give you any advice in life that you might actually take, never, and I mean never, take a drink from someone that you just met unless it's like a beer that was still closed or some other drink that has a seal. You just do not know what people are intending to do. It's better to be considered a little rude and wary than drugged and have your mortal coils shuffled. Adding them some shoes, this man's giving away all his resources, which you gotta wonder why he's doing all that. Pulling out a guitar, I'm waiting for this to start getting weird at any moment here, as Alma says she doesn't feel well and Martin starts passing out. Well, I guess it starts getting a little weird. They were tricked by the dude, and he remarks by him being kind, this triggers a social response, a trait of trust, so to speak, making people more vulnerable. See, your boy is always a little standoffish when meeting new people. You can be kind, but, protect yourself at the same time. He then tells them that they should rest. Alma starts trying to crawl out of there while Martin ain't looking so hot. Martin then goes to crawl after them before getting dragged off by Zach to whatever comes next. Taking off their clothes, I can't believe Tent Mansion guy wasn't reputable. Wrapping them in plastic garden bags, I guess. He then takes pictures of them next to one another as he starts sewing something into them. Alright, so this guy is absolutely insane. They then finally wake back up as Alma says to let them go. Zach says he can't yet. Developing the pictures of them, I just want to take a few pictures, boy over here, is talking to himself. He shows them the pictures that he took of them while they were passed out, been there, as Alma requests again to go as Zach says it's not possible. Zach has marked Martin so that he can see him, like whatever the crap that means, and then he shows that he too has the infection. He starts asking like if he can feel him and feel the earth, and Martin says, no dude. So feeding Martin a pill, snow begins falling outside. Also, I do want to point out, we are going to get to some actual science here soon, but this movie was like a tremendously slow burn with everything happening in like the last 20 minutes of the actual movie. So as Zach goes to check on the two, he just basically covered them up with a tarp. Surely those binds could not be that hard to get out of. Zach asks if they are good, as Zach says he can't let Alma see Dr. Wendell. So Zach then starts talking about absolute nonsense, and he mentions the thing in the woods. He says he's praising and worshiping the thing, whereas Dr. Wendell just wants to talk to it and bargain. Zach starts just saying that the diseases back in the city are man's fault, as then he mentions Martin's parents. Zach reads Martin's diary and has learned everything about him. My dream journal! Mr. Electric, send him to the penis explosion chamber. Sorry, I'm hopped up on Zycam. The dude is like having a bit of a psychotic break, covering them back up. Zach then keeps talking to them about the thing in the woods. He says they called him a necromancer of sorts. Zach keeps like talking like the guy just straight up has fungus on his brain. He then goes back to his tangent. Working on his alchemy skills, a blade then drops as he goes to drug everyone once more. Martin drinks the concoction as he tells Alma this dude is going to kill them, as she agrees. Martin says he dropped the blade as she says she can get to it. She says we should just hit him and then split ways. Or, hear me out, use the blade on him and then completely solve your problems forever. You tried peace, give war a chance. Zach comes back in and looks at Martin's foot, as Zach tells him they've got a bad situation. His foot is infected. Zach can either take him to the hospital or amputation is the way to go. Martin says, well, I think we should go to the hospital. Zach starts getting pushy about cutting his toes off. Bro, heel to the bridge of the nose. Knock him unconscious. Like, are you for real about this? Like, I get being passive, but sweet Lord in heaven above, no shot. Heel to the glass jaw, inbound, straight up. Break his face. Like, what are you doing? So because he's being a big whiny baby about it, he loses some toes and then drags Martin off as Alma begins chair crawling to the blade. And then, get this, she frees herself from her binds by moving. Are you serious? So the whole time, you could have done this. Cutting herself free as Picture Boys does this nonsense, he returns back to Alma realizing that she has escaped. Blinding him momentarily, she ends up smacking with a developing machine and then cutting Martin free. Why did she didn't just like double tap this dude and smash him in the head some more is beyond me. But lo and behold, he's back up and walking around. Who could have predicted this? He then grabs an axe as she tries to stay away from him, and as he pulls out a bow and goes after her, Martin finds a woman that was gutted. Alma then tries to keep sprinting as he keeps firing at her, as Martin then calls out to get his attention. But bro's stylish facial wound do be bleeding. So he goes after Martin as he checks his new fungal infection, which is definitely spreading. Finally, something we can talk about. Known as mycosis, you have to remember your body is almost the perfect breeding ground for a fungal infection. You are warm, under your skin is dark and moist, there are plenty of nutrients to nourish anything that might be able to break past the skin barrier, and one of the most prevalent forms of this fungus infection is known as ringworm. Ironically called ringworm, this infection takes place in the actual dermis and will persist until you either address it with medication or your body gets a handle on the situation sometime later. Now, what's interesting also is typically if you go out into the sun, the UV radiation will actually end up killing ringworm. What I find interesting mostly about this fungal infection is just how absolutely pissed your immune system gets in the presence of it. Bacteria and viruses are one thing, but this eukaryotic cell infection will trip the innate immune system into responding quite aggressively, and typically this is enough. Engaging in phagocytosis, macrophages, dendritic cells, and neutrophils will engulf the fungus and destroy it. Cytokines can also become involved to a greater extent, inducing the redness and swelling that has been seen regularly in infection symptoms, such as with ringworm. But much like with ringworm, or one of the three, the trichophyton, mycosporum, or epidermophyton, the body will turn towards the adaptive immune system to regulate and formulate a targeted response. Typically, this is accomplished through the activation of the Th1 and Th17 cells, which target and destroy fungal cells, and this is for good reason. Should the immune system not function properly, or if you are immunocompromised, this can actually lead to your end. This is what is known, like with those who have HIV that's progressed into AIDS, typically the infection that will result in their end will be fungal in nature, and the body could really just no longer keep it in check, given that HIV targets the CD4 T cells and CD8 T cells. However, the response normally will result in tissue damage when attacking the fungus, which highlights the body's propensity to want to eject this infection. So, finding a line on the ground, he then finds the microphone as he talks into it. The speaker then cuts on, telling Martin to leave as this is private property. Actually, it's parked, so it's public property. Martin then starts crawling out of there. Of course, this is England, so maybe the rules don't work the same with there. Anyways, he starts crawling out of there, hiding from Zach, who's just chopping down plants. As Zach says, he's easy to track as music begins playing over the speaker. This distracts Zach as Martin limps further away, but Zach still appears to be on his tail. Finding a light, it begins flashing as he follows them deeper into the woods before squatting down into the brush and crawling away. Martin's head begins hurting him as Zach appears immobilized by the lights and sounds. Actually, he's probably just on the verge of a seizure. Zach begins groaning as something flashes in his vision. Martin keeps covering his ears as Zach lights a flare, stopping the blinding lights, but Zach starts having a total freak out as a woman runs up to Martin, leading him towards safety. She then hands him a test to see if he's infected as Zach screams across the way. Packing in his head wound with moss, yeah, that's probably nice and sterile, he then passes out as Wendell brings Martin into her camp. She shuts off the lights and the speaker as then she goes to find Alma. Okay, so why have the lights on like this low flash mode? Why not just keep them on? Most of the decisions in this movie are simply ridiculous. Martin then stays at the camp to make sure Alma doesn't double back around them as Martin then pulls out a stick and sees Alma approaching, but she says nothing. Looking through a hole, phrasing, it is now the next morning. Wendell says they should take a look at Martin's foot because that's probably gonna be lost. Wendell says she hasn't spoken in months to also justify her bad acting. Anyhow, Wendell says that she couldn't get through to the outpost, really no radio. Martin then asks how Wendell knows Zach, who is now her ex-husband. Taking off Martin's bandage, she tells Martin the wound needs cauterizing as Wendell says there's no time to go to the hospital. Alright, nobody drink anything Wendell gives you either. Coming back with benzene, as Wendell then talks about how her initial experimentations failed, Martin requests something to bite down on. Wendell tells Alma to hold Martin as this man's foot is just absolutely getting worked over, and then cauterize the wound as Martin passes back out. Wendell apologizes for what happened as Alma then grabs the water as she looks over at the laptop. Alma then asks about Wendell's stalled research, and she mentions the stone that she had found. It led her to a book, which then led her to the Hammer of the Witches, which is dated at 1640. One section mentions the forest. Wendell then thinks that something in the forest wants to talk. They couldn't do it with the drums and sticks from the past, but maybe modern technology. Why use old tech when we have new tech, right? So Martin then shows Wendell his infection, and cutting open Martin's stitches, which are made of animal guts, totally sanitary, there was a piece of metal embedded into it. Definitely will inspire some horrific infection, I am sure. The scars on Martin's arms match the style of the metal piece, as Zach says he can communicate through nature with art and worship, not with science. Wendell says Martin has a special flesh. That will never be discussed again. Wendell then begins playing sounds of the forest, trying to communicate with the thing that's out there. Wendell's entire experiment is based on using light and sound to communicate. The plants are emitting frequencies, so after getting rid of the background noise, there is a pattern that is existing behind it. It is the fungus that she says is trying to communicate. Wendell at this point has put together it's a very basic form of language, which, let's talk about that for a moment, as this will shed some light on potentially a form of sentience cropping up. Mushrooms will actually communicate with one another via electrical impulses and chemical signals, not unlike how a neuron may communicate with the neuron next to it, which calls into question, should we consider a fungal network to be similar to a neural network just minus the meat suit? Given the fungus actually split off at a point that animals would also split off from, you can almost kind of think of fungus as a fairly interesting combination of plant and animal. With that, some of the same structures may arise given its animal connection as well. Mushrooms will use their hyphae or thread-like filaments to branch out and form a web-like structure known as a mycelium. What I have always found interesting is this thread-like web is completely comparable to the thread-like branching of the neurons attempting to connect with other neurons. Totally off topic, but to highlight this sort of affecting functionality, if you take somebody who has autism, for instance, and look at their neurons, you can see the physical presentation of autism by how the branching arms of neurons appear more clumped rather than net-like. So if we take this idea, we can actually see that branching threads forming nets may facilitate more continuous and smooth function. If fungal communication networks work similarly, then this may suggest much more complex communication, and with that, the level of sentience that we will see here in a moment. So showing Martin there is a fungus underneath his feet that's spreading 30 miles in all direction, Alma wants to go. However, Dr. Wendell wants to stay and talk to nature. Alma doesn't trust Wendell at all. Martin doesn't know why. Well, Zach is her ex-husband. It turns out Martin and Wendell were together at one point in time, and he had no idea that Zach was even a thing. Not hearing about an ex-husband, which is a major part of somebody's life, yeah, you might want to just leave this place. So heading over to the stone, Martin then tells Wendell that she has a good point about leaving. Wendell then tells him it's too late to leave anyways. She asks why Martin came here in the first place, and then says that he must have had the same feeling that he needed to come, grow inside of his head like a seed. Zach apparently showed up to this area too in the same way that Martin did. Wendell then asks if Martin has ringworm, and he does, which Wendell and Zach also had ringworm. They were drawn here. Wendell then says that she needs to know why they are here. They were obviously brought here for some reason, and yeah, it's looking for nutrition. Are you kidding me? Like, how do you know the mystery disease that's in the cities right now isn't actually people's bodies, like, effectively fighting this and not being eaten? I don't know. Anyways, continue their experiments into the night. Spores begin being released. Alma comes and then wakes up Martin, telling him Wendell is gone. Leaving the tents, they then head out to look for her, and as they do, they get the Roanoke Gaming Tinnitus trademarked, as Martin then grabs Alma as they head back to the tents. Evidently, they cannot leave now. So Wendell randomly then comes back, right? She begins asking about her symptoms, which are like anxiety, blurred vision, extra acoustic and visual stimuli. Wendell then went to go check out her experiments, as Alma remarks it's keeping them there. There's a mist that has surrounded their camp. The forest is containing them. Spores in the midst, as Wendell says when they happened before, it only lasted for like a few days, so it's totally good. So as they break wood, Martin sees something as then he grabs a shovel and then heads over there. What the sweet hell is this? It's a person-shaped thing that's just standing there. Alma approaches it. She thinks it's from Zach, and he could be anywhere at any time and attack whenever. Alma says screw this, as any normal person would, as she puts on a hazmat suit and decides she's going to walk through the mist. Attaching a rope to her, if she passes out, Martin will pull her back. And this works really well in the mist. You know, the movie Mist, where the guy's eaten by a giant crab. Putting on her PPE, she begins her walk into the mist, and as she walks, this is like some really, really thick fog. Someone is going absolutely ham with the fog machine. So moving through the plants, High Times over here starts really feeling it. She's tripping for sure. Then all at once, the trip turns bad as she starts getting dragged back through. I think she was actually almost out, but unfortunately her filter is only rated for 0.3 microns, so smaller than that. So yeah, I was able to get inside your lungs. So after this, it's affectionately known as a mushroom trip. Allegedly, I've never done this crap before, and unless I'm in dire straits, I wouldn't recommend it. But then again, I'm a YouTuber, not a cop. The reasoning for this stance is something known as desynchronization of the neural communication across the cortical's networks and subcortical structures. What does that mean? Basically, your neurons are having issues communicating due to the presence of what can be perceived as toxins from the mushroom. These are specific areas of the brain that seem more physically impacted, which would be observed in the association cortex. This is a direct line to the anterior hippocampus and is thought to create our sense of self. And along with this, other areas of the brain associated with like timekeeping, self, and spatial awareness. Ironically, in the presence of mushrooms, cellular metabolism with neurons will actually increase. However, communication will decrease. So what happens is you have a bunch of hyperactive neurons, but no natural communication taking place. So what happens? Well, as we see concerning Alma, this is actually a relatively good visual as to what happens sometimes with certain people. Information comes in segmented blasts, like a radio turned up too loud that is mostly static, but every once in a while a word comes through that is yelled. The neurons themselves are hyperactive but desynchronized with the neuron next to it, but occasionally the information does come through, which is powerful and jarring. In the movie, an explosive sound can be heard with that as well, which would go hand in hand with the auditory hallucinations as well as the visual hallucinations that are known when taking mushrooms. Now, in a normal instance, this interference caused by the mushroom is really just more of like a random possibility. I've heard with mushrooms it either works, it doesn't, or it kills you. I personally would like to avoid all of that. However, with the mushroom, it seems much more intentional, like a communication is attempting to be established. With Alma, she was overwhelmed by what she was seeing through the blast of information, but then the question is raised, who was this fungus trying to communicate to? Given what we know with fungal mycelium, it will communicate through electrical and chemical signatures, and this is no different than our own brains. However, this is not a perfect situation. Sort of like using the fungal neurotransmitters in order to fit like a human co-receptor in the brain. I think what this highlights is a difference of communication actually between the two species. Much like how Dr. Wendell is using light and sound, which is kind of outside of our wheelhouse typically with how we, converse with one another, this mushroom is attempting to use frequencies in order to communicate, but without a common ground, it appears as noise, which in turn must fall back on a feeling rather than a logical understanding. For Zach, the feeling was divine in nature, which he fell back on worship as a result. For Wendell, she managed to keep her mind together, but even still to a degree, feeling was actually influencing her as well. Possibly this is the intention of the mushroom, but you could almost compare it to potentially man's first meeting with an alien species. All of our cultures and customs could be kind of seen as starting war. If you met an alien and just went up to shake its hand in the first meeting, or stood there waving, that could mean something totally different to it. The normal customs of its own species may actually see this as aggressive, which to us is just everyday common knowledge that it's not. The connection I'm making here is that the mushroom is trying to communicate, and it may seem in its way more aggressive due to the nature of that communication being our brains are involved. But to it, it's just basically saying, hey, can y'all go away? You're ruining my mycorrhizal mat. And it's just simply taking place within our brains, so it's either frightening or divine. Alma then begins saying it was everything in the fog, which pretty much sums up a severe trip. She says it looks like a human, but it's not. Looking out into the mist, Martin then asked by Wendell how far the mist has moved. It moves closer, which means they're all about to have the same bad trip. Zach, meanwhile, has entered the safe zone, which is closing in, meaning PvP is about to get really chaotic. Wendell then goes to talk to Zach as Alma says they can't trust them. 2 groups enter, 1 group leave. The flare then goes out, preventing them from seeing them as Wendell returns to the camp. Zach says he wants to talk to Wendell and then walks off like a total weirdo. So as the lights keep flashing, Wendell then smashes up some mushrooms into some water. Again, This whole movie is about tripping on shrooms. Wendell then says someone needs to go to the stone and drink this water concoction that she has made. No thanks. Then the giant mushroom in the ground will release them. Alma thinks she's absolutely crazy, and then she says, this is what the mushroom wants. Okay? Alma then accuses her of sounding just like Zack and keeping the Windows Media Player screen going. They watch it as they flash the lights and sound, as well as go to the stone. Martin says he will drink the concoction and talk to it. Knocking it back, the sound starts shifting as we wait for Martin's trip to start. Wendell then asks, what can he see? Maybe an impending seizure with these flashing lights, and as he continues to sit, the trip begins. The sound gets too loud as something then tripped the electrical system. Wendell sends Alma to check on lamp 15 as Martin at this point starts feeling at Mr. Krabs. The lamp was knocked over as Zack then knocks her out next. Wow, who could have predicted this? The murderer, Zack? What a stand-up dude. Zack then approaches Martin and he now tries to crawl away, but his meat suit isn't working properly, so Zack grabs Martin as Alma once again wakes up, having been knocked out. Zack starts talking about how the fungus will only talk to them if Martin dies. Apparently the fungus wouldn't take Zack, and Wendell is having a moment on the electric keyboard. As she goes into the sterile area, she sees this is not a sterile area, it's just a bunch of pictures. Wendell was compromised as well, with Alma knocking her out with a plastic jug. Wow, so you're telling me Zack and Wendell were not trustworthy, and really they were just scientists high on shrooms the whole time? I am shocked. Wendell then gets knocked down to the ground while Alma attacks Zack. She then stabs him in the eye with a 10 spike. Thank God it finally happened. This dude literally needed to catch an injury, like, from the drop. So he starts freaking out, probably because there's a spike through his eye, and as he goes to pull it out, he says, oh, you have to take me to the hospital. So she stabs it through the rest of his eye, breaking through the ocular bone and into his brain, causing rapid bleed out. Again, thank God. This couple was absolute trash. So Wendell heads over to Martin harassing him, as she's also shrooming pretty hard. She has a knife, and as she goes to take out Martin, Alma begins attacking her next. Same treatment you gave Zack, keep the energy. But the mist has descended upon them as Wendell starts kind of walking out into it. Her brain immediately starts having the same freak out as she sees nature in a bunch of plants. This, again, it's just a mushroom trip. Eventually, though, it settles out as now Alma can smell sideways through time, and seeing the stone in patterns, I think the stone is just created because somebody tripped in this area too and didn't know how to describe it. So it's now the next day. Alma is one with nature because she went to Bali like one time a million years ago and has a trust fund, as Wendell doesn't look so good as she says thank you to the mushroom and then falls down. Martin is just sort of vibing on the ground, but he is still alive. Alma then comes over to check on him as she says she's going to guide him out of the woods, and thus concludes this giant acid trip mushroom field nonsense that I just watched. So this mushroom seems to possess many of the same attributes as other psychedelic mushrooms. However, due to the size of the mycorrhizal mat and the level of complexity concerning the map-like interconnections, it seems to form a type of sentience, given it is trying to, at least to a degree, communicate with humans, and it actually is possible. However, due to our own limitations of understanding concerning our own brains, this in turn has caused us to view it more as a religious experience rather than what it really is. But this also brings into question one of the more interesting concepts, which is our brains, if you were to spread it out on a cell-by-cell basis, it would not be 30 miles long. So at what point does consciousness actually happen, and why do our brains appear to be able to think abstractly and have this level of consciousness, even though I think we're like 36 trillion cells, but if you take, say, the quaking aspens, those are way more cells. So at what point are you actually more than the sum of your parts? Because if it were just reliant on cells, then a quaking aspen, technically speaking, should be conscious, but it's not, as far as we know. It's a very interesting question to ask. But anyhow, I want to thank you guys for watching. If you enjoyed, leaving a like would be great of you, and subscribing is a great way to stay up to date on when I post. I'll on my Twitter, Discord, Rono Games, and Tails channel link, as well as my Patreon. But speaking of patrons, I'd like to thank mine real quick. First, I'd like to thank our astrophysicist, Death Dancer, and Feather. Thank you guys. Next, I'd like to thank our scientists, Dakota23, Invictus Echo, Lucian Dragon, Metric System, and Felix Hellstrom. Thank you guys as well. The rest of my patrons, I thank you. You guys are absolute ballers, and I love you. But alright, that's enough parasocial relationship for me. I hope everyone enjoyed, and I'll see y'all in the next one. And keeping her alive. Now, you may be wondering what there is, like, why that's the point of it doing that. Then again, maybe you're not. But since these movies have been around for almost half a century at this point, I know, crazy, right? I've actually, like, covered plenty of other Alien movies, and I've kind of gone into, like, a different aspect with each one. And these guys are no different, I believe. I've done that prior. So definitely go check out one of those, or maybe even all of them. But I didn't want to just, like, double dip and just talk about the same thing over again. So Andy has a British accent now, which can't be good. The update has kind of gotten to repairing his body, as evidently all synthetics have this ability, it just needs to be programmed into them. Odd. Waking Monk up from his slumber, they then hand him the aux cord and he starts playing straight up trash. And look, I get his name is Rook, but in reality, it's Monk. Andy then informs him that his mission has failed, as then he tells him to run. And oh god, look at that CGI face. Pretty horrific. Monk then goes on to tell them that the parasite is implanting in her the genetic coding of her own demise. They then look up and spot the alien with the holes on the ground. Like, why didn't they look at this earlier? Like, if there's a hole in the ground, I'm probably gonna look up too, right? So 170 days ago, they found the alien. Predictably, it woke up at some point and then laid parasitoids, which then led to the crew being hunted. During one of the fights, they lit the thing up like the 4th of July, but it breached the hull, causing a depressurization event, and the entire crew was lost. Seeing as this is about to happen again, they then try to save Navarro to get this thing off of her neck. They decide they're going to try to freeze it. The tail is then removed by the nitrogen as it lets go. Pulling it off, a long tube comes out of Navarro's lungs, and let me tell you something, that must taste awesome, as then they yeet it onto the corner near the floor. They say, oh, she's okay, but I mean, you're not really basing any of that information on anything exactly. As Monk says, well, it's about 60-40 odds that the creature didn't already finish the job. Monk then grabs Andy's hand, saying that humans take too long to arrive at logical conclusions, that he needs to intervene. Andy goes to stop them from leaving as Bjorn then shocks Andy, and then running off like the true hero that he is, Rain stays behind to reset Andy. Andy then takes off after the group, stopping the door from being sealed, but is denied entry into the ship itself. Kay is passed out for some reason as Andy clears the airlock with the ship taking off. Rain then tells Tyler that Andy is trying to kill Navarro. You keeping up with all these names? And they tell Andy to open the door. Dropping the keys in the door, Navarro then starts having heart palpitations. Too much cod liver oil. Which actually, no, for real though. I have no idea why this is a real thing, because conventional information spouts off the opposite. But for, like, you know, most, I suppose it's true. But if you've ever taken fish oil or like krill oil, there is a 13% higher risk of having atrial fibrillation, also known as AFib, which can lead to a 5% higher risk of stroke for a first-time heart problem. So the only reason I know this is completely anecdotal.
Michaels has all the Halloween decor we need. I said scary decor.
So take this with a grain of salt, but I did a spout of like riding my bike for around 15 miles a day while taking this supplement, and I most definitely had heart palpitations. It then stopped after I stopped using the fish oil. So this has nothing to do with anything, just kind of reminded me, and I figured I'd pass it along to you. Anyhow, using the x-ray scanner, yep, it's in her chest. In her seizure though, she kicks one of the flight controls as the ship starts listing. Kay then watches the thing burst out of her chest, and now would be a really good time to stomp that thing. It is small and defenseless. Take it out. The ship then breaks through the outpost hole. Again, you know, stomp that thing, like right now. I mean, it's right there. Smash it. Cave woman, Bowden Gate, do something. They then crash into the cargo bay. What luck? As Bjorn falls and Kay is knocked out. The glass is breached within the bay doors, so it's sealed to prevent the ship from depressurizing, which means you're now trapped in there with that thing. Very good. Well, at least you guys have 35 figures to figure out how to... Never mind, it's changed to 47 minutes as the outpost has shifted a few degrees. Oops. So Monk then checks the integrity of the soup experiment, which is still good to go. Approaching the door, the parasitoids have infested the entire area. Andy noped out of there to go talk to Monk, as Andy says he has one directive, and that's to do what's best for the company. Oh, fake out. It's his new directive. So as he's there to finish the mission, Andy then approaches the door as Tyler says, what situation are we in? Like a huge dork, as Andy said it. He's there. He's like, I'm here to fix the situation. He's like, what situation? Like, bro, are you serious right now? Take a look around you. Like, even if you don't know he's referencing the mission he's on to get the alien into the company as well as the black goo, you could probably assume by rubbing those two brain cells together, the mission might be to extricate yourself from this craptacular event. I mean, anybody would assume this. So they devise a plan, raise the temperature of the room to body temperature so the parasitoids cannot see them, but they can also still hear them, so that's kind of a problem. Meanwhile, Kay is woken back up from her slumber and sees Navarro is gone. Getting up, the hallway temp is now equal to the body's temp. Basically, you just don't have any stress response whatsoever, and you should be good to go. Luckily for everyone involved, this is the least stressful thing that you could ever do or ever hope to experience. Entering the hallway, well, it looks like they're totally screwed, but the parasites do not see them. There's a few bodies here and there. For some reason, one dude is hung up in the rafters without his brain making the scene, but other than that, it looks alright. So Kay now heads to the lower area of the ore hauler as she comes across the alien's skin. Looking at the pot on the wall, it appears this thing is finishing up its cooking time, so to speak, as Bjorn then grabs her mouth to keep her quiet, as then he goes in to shock the thing. In doing so, he succeeds in pissing it off mostly, as the cattle prod is then broken. A barb then appears, and like a real genius, he sits there and looks at it. Okay, so here were my options. A, quickly duck sideways, dodge the barb, then take it out with a spinning back kick. Or B, take the barb to the face, have acid drip on me, roll around on the ground, and then die. With the barb stabbing him directly in the eye, he falls underneath the things and starts dripping acid all over him. It burns through his arm first, and you could absolutely roll away at this point to get out from underneath it, but oh, he waits too long. Gotta be quicker than that. and now Cleveland steamers his chest, creating a blood explosion, or blood explosion. Should have gone with A. Also, for your own safety, don't look up what I just said. As Bjorn has met his end, he died the way he lived, like a complete idiot. The alien now begins exiting out of the pod. Kay tries to go and get out, but she can't get the door open. She calls out to Tyler, who's literally, he has the conversation from Shaun of the Dead where Shaun and Ed are arguing in front of the Winchester, alerting like all the zombies. So this alerts all the parasitoids of their presence. As the alien emerges, Kay manages to find the key, runs out, and then trips and falls. Tyler then starts sweating as the facehuggers know that he's now there, as they begin noping out of there. Andy closes the door just before the creatures get out. As Andy said, I calculated the timing perfectly. I mean, honestly, man, I don't know. Most of the crew has been really annoying. So heading down the manual escalator, as I like to call them, stairs, Kay is then awoken by the sprinkler system going off for some reason. Crawling underneath the walkway, the creature then lands right above her, but doesn't appear to know that she's there, and then it just sort of like crawls off. In the distance, it crawls away, dragging 2 bodies with it. As Kay keeps walking, she then spots the door to exit out of the garage. Heading over, she then gets access denied as Tyler sees her. Andy goes to open the door, but the alien is already there. He says it takes 4 seconds for the door to open and then to close, well, 2 seconds each. So the alien is waiting on the door to open so he can get them all, using Kay as bait. Rain then tells her to run as Kay gets her head smacked against the door and then dragged off. Rain then smacks Andy because she's upset, as Tyler says he needs to open the door so that he can go get her. Rain then asks what Andy's prime directive is, as he says it's to do what's best for the company. She says that she needs to remove the GameCube disc from his head, as he says, well, that won't benefit the company. Okay, so this has been pure movie up to this point, and I swear we are actually getting to some science here soon, and not trying to be a movie review channel, but literally nothing really is happening that I haven't explained prior, and again, I'm not trying to double dip. So Andy says,
with Chase Freedom Unlimited, every expression is rewarded.
How do you cash back?
Pampers Swaddlers. Up to 100% leak-proof protection, up to 0% skin irritation.
They can get out of there, and then he will return to Jackson, and they can go to Yavarga. Everyone wins. Entering the research area, they then find the black goo, as Monk tells them how this goo will actually help the human body become the perfect organism. It will accelerate our evolution so that we can colonize the stars. Right now, I mean, it is one tragedy after another, new diseases, mind fumes, TV remotes being hidden, real sick stuff. The rat that it was actually used on, it was able to repair its broken body, and then Andy goes to exit as the alien is waiting for them outside. So with the rat's body being repaired, I mean, it seems pretty good, right? This is why you should always follow your experiments to their conclusions and not just the initial first promising signs. So feasibly, what sort of parameters will humanity face, and is Monk's plan actually solid? Well, to a degree, I mean, he technically isn't lying. Well, I mean, he's lying, but in actuality, I mean, the company will sell the corrected goo to people who can actually pay, creating 2 new classes of humans. But the reality of evolution is it does take a really long time, and even then, it's not really assured. It's apparent at this point humanity is struggling with the growing pains associated with the colonization effort, and as mentioned, much like when the Europeans came over to North America, disease, famine, plenty of other issues fairly abound. And I mean, that was on the same planet. Take that, and even with our technology increase, we are still going to be dealing with issues that are astronomically more difficult. But what I find odd, however, is how little everything is planned for. Breaking down our biochemistry and hormone cycle to its most basic level, it's essentially based on sunlight and darkness for the most part. Something that would be so easily replicated. More so on a planet tidally locked to a sun that it's almost criminal that it isn't kind of adjusted for. Blue light is integral to the functioning of our bodies, so much so that with technology that we have now, we see it affects our ability to sleep. And this is one of the negative aspects, but there actually could be a positive aspect of this as well. Blue light actually entering our retinas will be communicated to the occipital lobe in the back of the skull via the optic nerve. However, this must first go past the pineal gland, and that is integral to the sleep-wake cycle. To understand how important this gland is, let's first run down a list of some of its functions: circadian rhythm, reproductive system, cell protection, physical performance, stress regulation, mood, spatial navigation, communication with the brain itself is affected, melatonin release, immunological function further downstream as a result of issues, hormone imbalances. Basically, what you have here is a massive problem concerning a fundamental structure in the brain no longer receiving what it needs. This colonization effort put forth by Weyland-Yutani is actually sort of ironic because it takes literally so much data of the human body that the company would be aware of, or even just in general people would be aware of, and applies literally zero of that, and then wonders why humans aren't doing so well. So you know what could negate all of this, or at least a solid percentage of this? You don't have to invest potentially trillions into a alien black goo substance that rapidly accelerates human evolution on a metabolic scale that may or may not work, which they are basically referencing that humanity isn't destined for the stars because of this. You know how to fix this? You install blue lights overhead. Literally, that is it. These blue lights are coupled with the orange or red lights for the evenings, but 12 hours of blue lights beginning at what we know is like 6 a.m. on Earth. Take your pick as to which time zone. And then, hey, maybe you can even simulate seasons by having these lights stay on a little longer during the summer and then shorter during the winter. Like, you could have increments of like, oh, it's going to increase by 1 minute and 13 seconds a day until it gets to the natural, I guess, zenith point of the year when the sun is out the longest. And then during the winter, you just shorten it. This blue light would be almost indistinguishable from sunlight to your cells, which in turn would allow you to correct a massive amount of problems on colonies, more so this one considering it's always nighttime. In fact, it makes it even easier. Watching this, I could not believe this wasn't a solution that was thought of. They're already actively using lights. Why not change the actual wavelength of the light to simulate sunlight? This, much like in its absence, would have these same cascading consequences except in a positive way, and really wouldn't cost anything to do. In fact, we have seen the same method applied in the northern latitudes, in Norway, I think it was. This has helped people stave off the effects of depression that's typically associated with the winter months due to the lack of sunlight. But instead, we gotta go for the black goo. First, this mutagenic concoction, as we will see, is completely non-directable. It's much like humanity's first attempt at making genetically modified food. We directed radiation towards the fruit and vegetable, which at random produced some favorable mutations due to genetic variations that would arise, and then some non-favorable ones that would actually just lead to issues. It was based on complete chance, and it's like Weyland-Yutani found this alien version of this and was like, they've yet to see any favorable mutations long-term, but they're like, yeah, it's totally worth the risk because it affects genetics. You could probably, gene insertion is a much better prospect than this crap.
What? It's superhero day at school.
Lego with Ego.
Can't wait.
I'm just saying, any spacefaring company of the future who wants to hire me, my going rate is $3 million. I will design a colony for you where this doesn't happen. So the problem with screwing with genes, though, is it's highly unlikely you're going to create something adept at surviving. I mean, sure, if the stars align, you might, but it's sort of like there's also a chance, albeit infinitely small, that your dryer may fold all your clothes by complete random chance. That's sort of what you're hoping for with the black goo by doing this. By complete chance, some human somewhere will be affected just so that their body doesn't turn into a complete cancerous mass. Or the thing that we're about to see at the ending here. Like I said, just install some light bulbs and you'll negate about 80% of the issues y'all are dealing with, because it may actually allow for the human body to deal with other stressors if its foundation of sleep and immunological function are there to bolster it. So Andy throws them a pulse rifle, like barely giving it enough arc for Tyler to grab it. That was totally an actor thing. A synthetic could probably yeet that thing off the planet. The plan is to actually not use the rifle though, but hopefully the creature will see it as a threat and stay away. Man, they really did miss the mouse body becoming an abhorrent amalgamation, didn't they? Again, I feel like Monk knows this. It's been a while since I watched the original Alien, but this is like real data and real issues. So it's clear to black goo that they have researched and concocted, to a degree, enhances cellular mitosis. The mouse was crushed, its limbs and spine were broken, but upon receiving the black goo, the cells would then be reanimated back to life, and the body would be repaired based on the original genetic structure's information. Now, this does highlight something interesting that could actually be usable. Could it be possible that this form of black goo is good? To a degree, it does actually help, but the problem is it persisting in the system. It's clear the mouse was altered and then came back after life-ending injuries, and this is the desired outcome, as always, with beating death. However, as the black goo persisted in the system, it seems to me it continued to have non-desirable effects. You can almost see similar effects to the Hox genes. And I swear, if someone says Hock-Tua genes again, I'll do absolutely nothing because I'm just some random former scientist on the internet. Anyhow, taking the Hox genes, when they are running at full expression mode, they are known as master regulators of embryonic development, developing your skeleton, differentiating stem cells, regulating brain development. Essentially, as they work, you become you. However, if they do not shut off properly after their completion, or basically when the job is over, you will have your tissue keep developing, and this can lead to extra limbs forming, no limbs forming, deformities, and tissues in places where they shouldn't be. Basically, something that you do not want. This black goo may be able to be viewed a similar way, which is what I think Weyland-Yutani is going for. If they can time it correctly, they could administer this goo to someone who has dropped or who is injured, or possibly who had some sort of issue and needs to adapt quickly. But the key is turning it off. They have yet to develop an inactivating enzyme that prevents the goo from progressing. Just like how the Hox genes would progress, which would kind of mutate your body, this would evidently keep the mutation going, which for the rat caused it to spiral out of control and grow into an abomination that ultimately took it out. So now they have 20 minutes to vacate the premises. Entering the hallway, they find the alien nest as Andy freezes up. Getting a good look at it, well, this seems meaty, then turn to go elsewhere as Tyler then hears Kay in the distance. He takes off to go find her as the whole research team is glued to the walls. Finding her, she's injured but still alive. She wasn't implanted with the parasite because apparently she's lost too much blood. Andy then hands Tyler the black goo, but not so sure that's really the move. Rain says they need to take her to the cryopod, which will give her enough time. It is now the aliens realize that they are there because of the amount of noise that they have made as they begin their approach. One of the aliens then goes after Rain as Andy gets yeeted, and then Tyler gets stabbed for intervening. Looking over, a bunch of aliens attack as he gets his frontal lobe pierced through the ocular cavity. Returning to the elevator, Rain manages to get the door shut before the parasites can get in, leaving just her and Kay. Realizing she left Andy behind, she stops the elevator, telling Kay to go put herself in cryostasis, and the autopilot will fly her back to the colony. Jumping on the ladder, she then heads down to go get Andy. Kay, concerned about her offspring, takes the 25% genome risk and injects herself with black goo. Rain then heads back into the hallway, seeing Tyler is Niagara falling down the hole, as Rain then tries to take the module out of Andy. She shuts down Andy and removes it, and then starts him back up. So they now have 10 minutes to get out of there. Andy returns with a normal accent, meaning he's no longer evil. Imagine waking up and having to do a British accent every day. F's in the chat for England. My boy Hidden Xperia down bad. The aliens are also completely aware of their presence once more. Monk then tells Rain that she is wasting her time and he will not let them leave. Kay now heads towards the pilot's area as Monk tells her to press the button so he can control the flight. Rain and Andy kind of sit there waiting for the aliens to take him out as he tells a joke about zero gravity. This gives her an idea as she turns off the gravity generator, which thank God that was just in this random hallway, and then she starts lighting them up. In doing so, she takes out quite a few, which causes the rest to start to retreat. Now the issue is there is just a bunch of floating acid everywhere that they have to navigate in zero G. Crawling through, for some reason she lets go of the railing rather than just ducking, and then she heads towards another acid cloud, but is able to shoot it to avoid it. Also, the gravity is about to turn back on. Heading to the elevator, it won't work without the gravity. Kinda seems like a bit of a flaw, right? So the plan is to fly up as Rain then gets grabbed by an alien through the bars, but she fires into it, but that allows the acid to melt the grate. As she's flying towards the sky, gravity then turns back on as she falls, but gets grabbed by an alien. What a Chad. Unfortunately, the other aliens...
Our ancestors believed there is an ancient island hidden in a storm. Stepping foot on its sands will break the curse and reconnect all of our people. It'll be harder than anything we faced before.
If you try to reconnect the people of the ocean, you will be destroyed!
Well, now I kind of miss the lava monster.
Disney's Moana 2, rated PG, only in theaters November 27th.
Benefiber gently nourishes the good bacteria in your gut and helps them flourish so you can too. Grow what feels good.
She killed earlier had their blood finally break through the hole as it decompresses everything. Andy then drops the elevator, destroying the aliens as one survives. He then jumps and grabs the rifle as he falls and takes out the alien, forgetting his line for a moment as the problem is totally solved. Wait, why isn't it breaking through the elevator concerning the blood? Okay, so the ship now has made contact with the rings. As they go to take off Romulus, it starts full-on crashing into the rings and completely shredding it, which I gotta tell you is pretty sick. Putting Kay in a pod, they head down to the planet as Monk then talks about how proud the company is. Rain then turns off the autopilot as Monk requests Andy reconnect them now. Rain denies his petition as Monk also gets shredded by the rings. Giving Andy the aux cord, she then tells him his new directive is to do what's best for both of them. Adding fuel to the cryopod, Kay's vitals then start going out as she's full term. Giving birth to this thing, stomp it out immediately. You know it is not natural. Rain then rips the umbilical cord as she runs with it before dropping it due to its acid. It then opens up as she runs to get the nitrogen, but she sees the offspring's face. The ship now stops its autopilot, waking up Andy, as Rain then heads to the ore area to find the creature and freeze it. Finding the egg sac, well, it's totally gone. She begins following the footprints as they get larger and larger with each step, indicating rapid growth. With it hanging out above her, it's already full grown. Andy then heads to the cryopod and finds Kay's not doing so hot. She's leaking mucus and black goo as the creature's now arrived. Good God, what is that? Appearing half human, half engineer, half xenomorph, it literally is 3 halves. It then slices Andy as Kay screams. It approaches her as Rain then climbs the ladder. It starts sniffing Kay and its tongue comes out like a xenomorph mouth, and then Andy is kind of down for the count as she finds it drinking what's left of Kay's blood. As it then stands, God, this thing is unsettling. She then freezes it as its tail starts going absolutely haywire. Trying to pull Andy, the cloud of nitrogen starts expanding, which you are not supposed to be breathing that in. So she starts slowly suffocating as she gets on her suit just in time as the creature then breaks into the room. Realizing that's an issue, she attaches herself to the cabling and descends into the ore pit to release it by baiting the creature in. Releasing 3 of the levers, then watches as she stands there waiting for it. Realizing it's behind her, she elects to not do anything as then she is yeeted. So now that we have seen this thing, first off, absolutely horrific. Second off, let's discuss its morphology real quick, as this will shed light on what the black goo is currently doing and why it straight up looks like an engineer. So you know where we got to begin with this thing. Starting with the feet themselves are plantigrade in structuring, but based on the footprints we see, this also does appear confirmed. And we don't really see it that many times, but I think at one point I may have seen it on the balls of its feet, but it's supposed to be walking basically flat-footed like humans do. The feet, however, around the lower tarsal bone, where the phalanges become what we would regard as toes, sits a ridge of sorts, possibly due to the propensity of the xenomorphs to actually have a digitigrade structuring of their foot. As we move up the leg, it continues into its standard plantigrade structure. However, it is massively elongated. This trend continues up to the quadricep region, being about as muscular as the calf region. Interestingly, as we move into the pelvis, we see the xenomorph-inspired protrusions on either side and the lack of any sexual identification concerning the pelvis. The abdomen looks human enough with an actual belly button present due to it gestating within a human first, although obviously it did come from an egg internal to the uterus. The ribs are no longer appearing human and take on a xenomorph-like appearance once more with overlapping ridges. The chest of the offspring is very human, at least concerning the upper thoracic region, with the shoulders clearly defined and arms relative in normal proportion to what the rest of the body would be, at least based on human structuring. However, getting to the hands themselves, we see that they are elongated as well and do have claws on them. Smaller claws than on a xenomorph, but much longer nails than what a human would have. Now, I didn't really get to see the hands that much, but it does appear as though they have the same amount of fingers as the actual xenomorph rather than humans do, which interestingly, humans are actually the dominant gene in us. We're supposed to have 6 fingers rather than 5. 5 is actually the recessive gene. The neck is longer than what would be usual to a human, not taking into account that this is a human basketball player. But when we get to its head, we see several interesting things which tells us about our own genetic coding. As we know with Prometheus, human DNA is continued engineered DNA. What is interesting, however, is that with this new concoction, the human aspect of the offspring appears to revert back to engineer instead of human. The eyes are jet black and the skin on the body is milky white like the engineers. However, the teeth themselves appear human but take on the sheen of a xenomorph.
Unlimited 1.5% cash back is just the beginning. With no annual fee, Chase Freedom Unlimited. How do you cash back?
Skin this healthy only wears Pampers.
The offspring is completely bald at this point, but overall the physical appearance changes by the minute. The offspring also possesses a secondary mouth, much like the xenomorph, but it is clearly way less rigid. Instead, it's just kind of like a tongue, so it's muscular and possesses a few teeth at the end. This appears to be for the purpose of draining a body of fluids rather than the breaking through of a skull or like any other type of, osseous protection. So at first, the offspring will take on a newborn appearance as it was just that, just born. However, within minutes it is already 7 feet tall. This rapid growth would be driven by an incredibly high amount of cellular mitosis, which would likely cook it under normal circumstances, but it isn't just stopping because it has reached its genetic max height. As the fight progresses, at the beginning, a tail isn't really present, but as it continues, it goes full xenomorph, and then it can be used offensively. Along with this, at first, it was a relatively normal shaped as far as its head is concerned. Well, normal is more human and engineered shaped, but then as the fight continues, it then changes more into a necromorph appearance. The rapid growth also has left it not completely stable, as it will lead to one side versus the other due to the spine having grown on one side more quickly than the other has, which would likely correct over time as the creature continues to reach its desired form. It also is highly likely the face will change as well, due to the combination of not only human DNA supplied by the gestating fetus MK, but also evidently engineered DNA with the black goo and xenomorph DNA. This creature is essentially 3 genomes fighting for supremacy. Because of this, it is at first going to appear human, given that it was the closest influence at the time frame. It seems that past this point, the engineered DNA and xenomorph DNA will fight it out for a while, developing the body rapidly until it's very likely xenomorph DNA would win out and alter the creature in a more dramatic way. So really, what this highlights is just a bunch more questions. Why does this creature appear to look like an engineer? Is it human genome default, or is this kind of just the black goo at work? Were xenomorphs an accidental byproduct of the black goo, or an established species separate to it? If that's the case, then why are they wrapped up in the black goo? Did whatever create the black goo look like xenomorphs that then this is just a kind of crappier version of them because they're more primal? All of this is pretty confusing. I'm not going to lie to you. They really need to start answering questions at some point. So as the ship continues its approach to the ring, the Offspring then approaches her. Man, this is not looking great for that misaligned pelvis. She then smacks the egg pod, piercing the hole, which then she is ejected out of the ship, but as she climbs back up, the creature then grabs her and it's being sandblasted, which is not looking so hot. It begins trying to break through her helmet as she is able to pull the last lever, which then causes the creature to be ejected with the ore, as then she is slowly pulled through that ore container. Which, I don't know, man. I mean, I think you would have been yeeted into a wall at like Mach 10. So she begins her climb back up with autopilot engaged as she has survived the creature's attack. But we know those things survive out in space, so Jackson's star is probably just totally screwed now. Putting Andy in cryostasis, not really sure why you would waste fuel on that. Okay. She then sets course for Urvarga as she puts out a message as then she goes to sleep. And thus concludes Alien Romulus. But anyhow, what thank you guys for watching. If you enjoyed, leaving a like is always appreciated as it gets the video out there. And subscribing lets you know occasionally when I post. I'll drop my Twitter, Discord, Roanoke Games, and Roanoke Tales channel link, as well as my Patreon. Hey guys, so my new merchandise is finally launching for Halloween, like this shirt right here, which is pretty sweet, and a coffee mug, of course. And also this shirt. Wow, would you look at that? Amazing. Also, that's me squatting with a coffee cup and a shirt. And then that is Professor Furface, and I have hoodies. So if you would like to support the channel, check out RoanokeMerch.com. But speaking of patrons, I'd like to thank mine real quick. First, huge thank you to our astrophysicists, Death Dancer, and Feather. Thank you guys. Next, I'd like to thank our scientists, Eris, Dakota23, Invictus Echo, Lucian Dragon, Metric System, and Virix Hellstrom. Thank you guys as well. And the rest of my patrons, I do appreciate y'all. Your help goes a long way towards keeping everything running smoothly, so absolute ballers. But all right, that's going to do it for me. I hope everyone enjoyed, and we'll see y'all in the next one.
see two babies. Which one's getting fucking picked up? Let's find out. Is it you? Am I making you up? Is it you? The one who bit me and made my finger bleed? Well, let's find out, right? Shall I take you? You want to get picked up? You did bite me. Now, can I pick you up? Yes? Okay, thank you. Oh, such a good baby. Yeah, you're right. I do need to steal you. But let go of that. I can't hold you when you're holding on to that. Let go of that motherfucker. Look. No, I need you, not that. Why is your pillow down there? What the fuck? What the fuck? I need you. Yes, I do. Let go of that. I can't. Let go. Let me pick you up. I got you. Just let me. You gotta let go of that. Get over here. Come on. I gotta let go of you. Let go of that. Let go. Let go of that. I have you. I got you down, motherfucker. Woo! I love you, motherfucker. Oh, I love you so much. My baby. I love my baby. What? What? Yeah, I get them. I'm allowed to give you. Give me a second. I'm allowed to give you hugs and kisses. Why? Because you bit me. You gave me hours. I will hold that over your head forever. Yeah, see that? You see that, right? Look at that. See? That's a bite mark. You have sharp teeth. Sharp. Whoa, you're fine. You're not in trouble or anything, I promise. Let me see your teeth. Can I look at them? I need to look at them. Don't bite. Let me look. Whoa, 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 whoa. Let me see that. Let me see. Something's wrong. You have an owie? Oh, shit. Are you okay? Open, open. Ah. You mean ah. I need to look. I'm not going to do anything. I need to look. Can I look? Let me see. Let me see. Is that supposed to be like that? Biting yourself? Are you okay? Is your tongue bleeding? Is she red? Are you okay? Holy shit, are you okay? Yeah. You're very drooly, meaning you need fucking water. Let me see this side. Let me see. I know you do look. What? I'm just looking. You got fluid stuck right there. Those teeth are fine. Yeah, this side's okay, but this side, it's missing teeth. Yeah, you're missing some. Yeah. Holy shit, let me check something. I'm not doing anything. I know, I'm looking. Let me look with those beautiful teeth. I need to see that when you got owies right there. Those teeth, are you just hiding your teeth? No, you're missing some. You are missing some teeth. Some of them are breaking. Looks like you're bleeding a little bit. You gotta be careful with that. You can't just bite your tongue. And this is a tongue. This is a tongue. This is my tongue. I love you. Yeah, I love you. I check on you and make sure you're okay. Look at all the stuck shed right around here on your face. Yeah, that's a lot of stuck shed on your face. We need to get you some water, right? Are you thirsty? Want some waters? Would you like some water? I'll put you in a sink filled with water. Will you drink it? Will you drink some water? Would you like some water, baby? You're drooling, meaning you should have some water. Yeah. Let me check something. You can fucking look that up. What? Where are you going? Where the fuck are you going? You're gonna fall. Told you. Can I eat you? I'm hungry. Yeah, I'm very hungry. Nom 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 nom. You're not gonna bite me again, are you? Yeah, you already bit me once. Shame on you. Bite me again. Shame on me. Shame on you. Bite me 3 times. Shame on me. Mwah. I love you. I'm gonna have to think of your face. Water. Did you not hear the water? Water. I'll put water here. Water. Water, not nails. Nails, that would be saying I scratch here. But I didn't say I'm scratching, did I? Did I say I was going to scratch? No, I said I was going to give you water. I do want to scratch it, but I'm not going to. No, no, no. We're giving you water. Yes, 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 water. We're giving you something to drink. Fluids. It's good for you. I'll give you some water. I promise. It's just water. I promise. We're not scratching. gotta go check him. He's just a baby. Hey, slow the fuck down. I'm putting you back. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. Can I get a kiss? I will put you back. Just give me a kiss. Okay, like I promised. There you go, like I promised. Look. Look at all the roaches. Look. Hey, look, roaches. Look at all the food. Yeah, look at them all. See? Look at that. See, while you were in the bathroom waiting for drinking water and all that, look at all the roaches. They came waiting for you for food. See, look at that. You gonna get them? You gonna get them? Oh my God, you gonna get them? You need your food. Yes, you motherfucker do. You got your water already. I'm hungry. You gonna fuck up. Now you need to fucking talk. What the fuck's up with you? Why are you so fucking sleepy? What's wrong? Do you need me to pick you up? You want me to pick you up? Do you want to hug and kiss you? I believe you do. That's what it fucking looks like to me. And I'm gonna give you a hug and kissy too. Come here. This is mine. I need this. This is mine. Nom nom nom. Yoink. Whoops, I moved the stick. I knocked over your stick. Is that okay? I knocked over your stick. Is that okay? I messed up your stick. It's a giant mess. Now I have to eat you, right? Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. Mwah. How's my little booger butt? How's my booger butt? He okay? What? I'm just curious. Are you okay? Did you have a good day? Did you have a good day? Did you get all your sleep? Did you get to watch your TV? Mwah. I'm sorry that ended. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to let it stop. I'm sorry. I didn't know. I'm sorry. I love you. You like my booger butt. Yeah, you're my little booger butt. Yeah? You're my little booger butt? Mwah. My little booger butt. Mwah. Mwah. My little booger butt. Such a good boy. You're a good boy. Yes. Oh, you're a good boy. You're the best boy. Oh, you're a good boy. Oh, you're a good boy. Yeah, you're a good boy, right? You're a beautiful good boy. Or are you a badass? Are you a badass? Oh, yeah, you're a badass, aren't you? You're such a badass, little badass, little badass. What? No, you're not. Are you weird? Are you a little weirdo? Are you a little weirdo? Are you a little weirdo? Oh, are you? Are you a little weirdo? Are you my little weirdo? Oh, come on, you're okay. Chill, little booger butt. Hi, hey, you want to go back in your room already? You don't want to stay with Papa? He tells you he loves you so much. Papa loves you, baby. Oh, yes, he does. You're so happy to have all he loves you, little booger butt. Oh, you don't want my hugs and kisses? Oh, that's so mean. Come here, give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. I want a kiss. Give me a fucking kiss, you little bastard. Oh, give me a kissy. You know you want to give me a kiss. Do I get an actual kiss? Do I get an actual kisses? Can I get an actual kiss? Okay. Now I'll put you back. Let me look at your butt. Let me make sure your butt's okay. You clogged? Stop moving. Don't move. Stop. Is your butt okay? Have you been pooping? Shut the fuck up. I'll make sure you're okay. I'm not gonna let you fall. Don't fucking worry. Come on, you're okay. Hey, did you have fun last time when we went to work? Remember last time I brought you to show you to everybody? Were you happy? Did you have fun? Yesterday. Hey, did you have fun yesterday when we went outside and went for a walk? You had to see a bunch of people. One person was able to hold you. Were you happy? Yeah, someone else was able to hold you. Were you okay with that? Is that okay? Or did you get upset? It looked like you got upset. Your body swelled up. Yeah, you had a big balloon belly. Were you okay yesterday? You were very upset, weren't you? Yeah, you were so scared. Why? It's okay. They're not gonna hurt you. No. I love you. Let me put put you back, okay? Yeah, there we go. Give me a second. Let me put you back carefully, okay? Let's go nice and slow. Nice and careful. Here we go. Hold. Here we go. There you go, little booger boy. Captain, you going down there to get food or not? Are you gonna sit the fuck up there? What are you doing? I thought you were gonna go get food. I thought you were hungry. Are you not hungry? You not want the roaches? I can take them back. You don't want them? You want crickets? Get your crickets. I love you.